been some. Hi, Maddie. You fucker. Rat fucker. Hi, Omizu. I'm not the fucker. You are. You are. Hope you're all Mizu. Has everybody, all 3 billion of you in here, have you all voted for the limited palette? Nah! Has everyone voted for the limited palette? All 3 billion of you in here right now. Maddie Omizu says hi. Ooh, I just died in your arms tonight. Must have been some. I'm doing all right, Mizu. Hi, Jamboree. Well, thank you, Jamboree. Ricardo just sat down. He said, paint me. Very pretentiously. He's just been smoking all day and sitting out in the sun. But yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Vote if y'all haven't voted. If y'all haven't voted yet, we have time. Why does what you guys always go with transparent colors? I really wanted Pyrrole Orange over Quinacridone Magenta. I haven't voted yet, though. I have not voted yet. Quinacridone Magenta and Transparent Yellow Oxide twice in a row. I'm not going to abstain. I'm going to vote. Hi, Dress. Hi, Ron Johnson. How you doing? Ron, if you're in the Discord, we're voting on what colors to use. We're doing a limited palette today. So if you're part of the Discord, you could vote. It's in general discussion. I'll give it a few more minutes. Shooby-doo bop ba. So what's new, everybody? How are those local sports teams? Huh? Those local sports teams, everybody? You don't know. Just it's all good. It's all good. If you wanted to vote on the ballot, it was available. Who sucks? We're only going to give it a few more minutes, and I get to break ties. I get to break ties. Oh, they suck, local sports teams? The Steelers are in a really weird position. Didn't the Pirates just fire their manager, too? Well, I know you're a huge Steelers fan, but they've been doing some weird stuff. Some weird and wacky stuff. Dooby-doo-boo. Feed the model? I will not, Ron. This model's a dick. He can get his own food. Alright. How much longer am I going to wait? We're going to give it to 10 minutes into the stream. 10 minutes into the stream. Anybody has not voted. Hi, Fugu. Awesome. Have you used them yet, Fugu? Have you... You got lead white and pyro orange, I believe, right? Fugu, if you haven't voted on the ballot... general discussion in the Discord to vote on what I'm painting with today. Perfect. Oh, I know you did, Dread. Put on the gloves. Also, Fugu, did they arrive without any issues? Oh, I'm so bored. So bored, Pickles. I'm just waiting to get people to vote. And Pyro Orange is now firmly in the lead. Fantastic. Are you gonna... Don't you arson me, Pickles. Don't you arson me. Don't you do it. Not again. Alright, 20 seconds. If anybody has not voted, you got 20 seconds. Shut up, Rochburns. You got 10 seconds to vote. 10 seconds to vote. I break ties. Thank you, Fugu. I have seen. Alright. Closing the polls. Closing the polls, everybody. Alright, so our limited palette is today. I'd probably put limited palette in the title. Happens a lot, Umizu. Alright, so the palette is... So I get to break the tie between titanium white and lead white. I'm going to choose titanium white. I'm going to choose titanium white with this one. We got transparent yellow oxide, a color I hate. It was chosen last time. I forgot to put yellow ochre on this list too. The Blue Ridge yellow ochre. Don't you boo me. There is a reason why. We got Pyrrole Orange and Viridian. Okay. God, I always get yawny. I've been having tons of problems falling asleep recently, and I feel like I fall asleep right now. Alright. Let's get the colors out. Titanium white. I am surprised that some colors aren't as popular on this, or would just have no shot as every time I've done this. Alright. Find the orange. This couldn't. Probably it. Nope, that's lamp black. I gotta label all these random tubes. Here. It's one of the shitty yellow ochres. That's the Pyrrole Orange. Is that the orange, or is that Pyrrole Scarlet? Phthalo. Was I able to... It's not that. That's titanium or lead. Burnt umber. Has to be. Is that the lead? That must be the lead, though. I really gotta label these. That's lamp again. I think that's all. Okay. Alright, everybody. Let us begin. Once again, our limited palette for today is the white is titanium white, the yellow is transparent yellow oxide, the red is Pyrrole Orange, and the blue is Viridian. Any questions? Good, no questions. No questions at all. None. No to the questions.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink!
Help, help, I'm being repressed!
I'm fine with the palette. I really dislike the transparent yellow oxide. And I don't understand why people pick it so much, but I think it's because they don't know the color. So I'm not excited about the yellow. We're going to be very limited on that front, on what it's capable of doing within this palette. The orange and the Viridian are fine because they could actually make a pretty good black or a pretty good dark color. So I'm fine with those colors. We don't have access to purple in this palette. But we have actually a decent, we have a very good green and pseudo blue. So we actually have an interesting range that we have access to here. Oh, I will. You know this chat is full of a-holes. What does that look like all? Worse than... I'm not an a-hole, you're a-holes. You all are not nice. Did you not read what you wrote in the Discord today? There's a hair in the cap of this tube. God, I might have to... This is going to be an expensive, expensive palette. I have to use a lot of Viridian. Well, that's an a-hole thing to do, Drez. Jesus Christ, Fugu. Alright, that's our palette, everybody. That is our palette. We're painting, Ricardo is sitting for us today. Real diva. A real diva, this Ricardo. Oh, by the way, Pickles, can you give Maddie a point? Hi, Catherine. I mean, I guess it has, Catherine. But it's just surgical. It was just surgical, Catherine. Okay. Yeah. How many tries? How many tries, everybody? For oily points. 1 from Maddie, 2 from Drez, 1 from Pickles, 1 from Jamboree. One from Catherine. It took 2 tries last time, everybody. 2 times last try. Even with the Super Nintendo Power Grip. Any other guesses? How many tries will it... Won by Fugu. How many tries will it take me to open up this Childlock oil? That is true. A lot of belief today. A lot of believers. A lot of believers. 1 from Omizu. 1 from Omizu. Those believers. Now I'm a believer. Intriguing, Dread. Hi, Jetzel. One from Jetzel. How to trace it down. All right, good. All right, Catherine, good. My weak lady hands. I have strong lady hands. How many guesses, or how many attempts to open up this Childlock oil? How many attempts to open up this Childlock oil? For 1 oily point if you get it right. For anybody who was in ads. It has to be an integer, Lost. That is not... Answer does not compute. Answer does not compute. 2 from Lost. Alright. How you doing, Lost? Alright. We're attempting. Power grip. We got the Nintendo 64 power grip. Filling. Good. Nintendo 64 power grip. Then 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, shit, that was easy. The ones have it. The ones have it. God, am I strong. Jan, you were too late. You were too late, Jan. Jan was too late. How you doing, Jan? No! You're the fucker who showed up late. I gave that a lot of time. I gave that a lot of time. I did not pre-loosen it. The believers get rewarded.
Grab the children! Save the children!
Those children are too late, Jan. Too late. All right. We ready to start, everybody? Oh, let's get a brush. No, I'm a believer. Not the brush is not good for this. Ooh. Thank you, Pickles. Putting Pickles to work today. Right. Oh my glove. Yeah, Pickles, can you send me a message? Jetil or KGETIL, that guessed correctly as well on YouTube. Could you just send me a message on that one? So I can record. Alright. Shall we get started, everybody? Thank you, Pickles. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. Alright, so 24 inches by 18 inches. I thought it worked. No worries, Drez. Always with you, Lost. I might just take 20 minutes of dicking around now. That's what he wants you to believe, Jamboree. I did a lot of reorganizing yesterday, Drez, and cleaning stuff up. I also took inventory of my watercolors. And I pre-packaged the sets. And I made a bunch of watercolors yesterday. For the ones that needed to be refilled or I was low on. I did like 8 of them, 9 of them. But you could do them really quickly. In his pants like Al Bundy, Jan. In his pants like Al Bundy. Okay. Why would you report me for that? All right. That was a fun show. Some things have aged poorly in that show, but it was fun for its time period. I don't know. Katie Seagal is also a babe. Giant erection. Oh my god. Some perfect center lines. Perfect center lines. Like I always do. Perfect. All right. We got perfect center lines, everybody. All right, once again, 24 inches by 18, which converts to 60 by 40, roughly 60 by 45 centimeters. Well, you know, this stream is funded by the Perverted Arts Fund. The Perverted Arts Fund.
Grab the children! Save the children!
I will not those children are as good as not saved, Sashi. This stream is funded by the National Endowment for the Perverted Arts.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks! Move this man!
Don't boo me. You're goddamn right, Sashi. Those kids are never gonna know who I am. Son of a bitch! God damn it. One and a quarter times 6. Not one. Is that an eighth or a quarter? Five eighths times 6 is 38ths. 3 3/4. Hi, Kaziki. Hello there. So 5 eighths times 6 is 38ths. 3 3/4. Just a little bit more oil on that. I didn't know you lost it. General Kenobi. How many lightsabers do you have, Kaziki? By the way, Kaziki, to the UK, it only took about a week and a half to ship, so you should be getting your paints soon. Is that how you do that, Pickles? I will not. Fantastic, Kaziki. So you killed... So Kaziki has canonically killed a lot of Jedi. Oh. Great, Tzatziki. It's Tzatziki. Gotta love Tzatziki. Dark.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Oh my god! Cat Black! Welcome in, Cat Black. Welcome in. Give us those links or else. Oh my god, a raid. Hi, Cat Black. Welcome in. Give us your links. Give us those links before we have a problem. Before we have a problem. Interesting, Kaziki. Good. Everybody go check out Cat Black Photography. I've been following them for, God, at least 5,000 days. And so should you. Oh, maybe. I think I followed you on both. Let me double check. Oh, I am. Check out their photography, their music, everything. You're welcome, Kat. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Rumpelstiltskin. I'm oil painting everybody. Blah, blah, blah. We are painting from life today. We are painting from life today. That's Ricardo Montobone. A real son of a bitch. And we're doing a limited palette today. Voted on by the community. Such time. Right, Kazee. That goes down past half. Ow. Shit beans. I'm not a potty mouth. You're just a son of a bitch, Jan. But if anybody has any questions, please let me know. I'm happy to answer any questions. I make my own paint. I sell my own paint that I make. Oil and watercolors. I'm already in hell, Jan. I'm a broken man. In hell. Checked how far that went. Feel free, Kaziki. Thank you, Jamber. Is it Fox Girl? I don't know. I really hate the choice of yellow that you guys have done twice in a row now. I forgot to put yellow ochre on the yellows. What baby poop oil paints are you getting? None of those. I assure you there is no baby poop in my oil paints. Yeah, yellow ochre. I didn't add that to the poll. Those two yellow ochres were really disappointing. You know, basically what it is I don't think I'll be able to find a yellow ochre that I want. I suspect that any yellow ochre that's opaque is naturally going to be more orange because of iron oxide. And that the low iron oxide yellow ochres are going to be transparent, weak tinting, and not the colors are going to vary greatly. So if you want to buy those colors, they're for sale. I think they're bad colors. I mean, I would love if people bought those colors, but I'd like to at least break even on them. No, I don't really think that was me trying to cheat the Zoran Fox Girl. The fact of the matter is, you could argue that the yellow ochre I'm using now is cheating the Zoran, because that definitively, the yellow ochre I'm using could not have been the one that he was using. Couldn't have been. The yellow ochre pigment I currently use is from the Blue Ridge Mountains in North Carolina. Or Virginia. Virginia is where this specific pigment came from. Virginia. Alright? So, he most likely was using something, Amizu, I'd rather be honest. I mean, I don't want to lie to people about my thoughts about the specific color. Well, because I was talking about Virginia, not West Virginia. Wink! So, yeah, I mean, theoretically, I should be a salesman, Omizu. But I'd rather, you know, I'd prioritize being honest with regards to this topic. I mean, they're not expensive to try. If you're into glazing, I'll say if you do glazing as a technique, those are good colors. I am very honest about my paints. How dare you imply otherwise? How dare you? Do you have spurs that jingle jangle? Always. That was PJ's. How do you expect to sell the snake oil? Well, the snake oil, it has one great benefit, Omizu, it cures cancer. It cures cancer. But that's not paint. That's snake oil. The greatest thing I've ever invented. I'm sorry, Kaziki. I'm sorry. I didn't figure out by doing several fight clubs of King Cobras and then blending the winners into an oil would cure cancer, but that's what happens. I was just doing that as a hobby beforehand. Badly made snake oil. Exactly. Made from the best fighting king cobras in the world. They don't know where I'm sourcing my king cobras from, though, Kaziki. I get my king cobras from Walmart. From their king cobra aisle. Timu probably, yeah. I only use the finest king cobras. Now, Country Roads is John Denver. What is the Jingle Jangle song? Is it that one like, the one by the Top Gear guy? I want to make sure I'm understanding your reference. Cartoons. West Virginia. Oh my god, Bunculator. Paint the best your life in the world, or I'll eat your soul. Alright, somebody got the reference. Alright. Well, me and Kyle looked at each other. We each said, okay. Just so happened to be best song. This will happen to be the worst song in the world. I don't know about that. Zorn on crack. This is, so this palette, okay. So what I'm really sacrificing here is my ability to use purples. And obviously strong red. Oh, actually, strong reds and yellows. I have a good blue range, blue-green range, and neutral range. But, there are some difficulties with this palette, obviously. No, this is a true Viridian Bunculator, true Viridian. Which is a color I used to use in my palette, but it's expensive, and phthalo blue makes it kind of obsolete. What up, cheese creamers? Jesus Christ, Todd. What the fuck is a cheese creamer? Whoa. Whatever you want it to be, Nicholas. Oh my god, Pickles. Well, thank you. Viridian is a great color, Bunculator. Viridian's a great color. But if I were to make one tube of this, if you were to get one, how I make paint, I make and sell paint. Wait, no. Wait, who are you, Bunculator? Hold on. Did you change your name recently? I actually don't know. Your sub, though. I saw the sub badge. Okay, yeah. So, Viridian, I used to make by hand. And 100 grams of it, if you were just to buy 100 grams of it, it costs $50. You're a newer follower? Gotcha. So, Viridian is an extremely expensive pigment, and it's not strong tinting. $50 for 100 grams, okay? But, see, there's differences here. So, 100 grams of Pyrrole Red, 100 grams of Pyrrole Red would make, like, 3 tubes. 4 tubes. No, more than that. Probably 4 tubes of Phthalo Red. Not Phthalo Red. Pyrrole Red. Pyrrole Red, 100 grams would make, like, 4 tubes. 100 grams of Lamp Black pigment would make 7 tubes. But 100 grams of Viridian would only make 1 tube. Would only make 1 tube. Okay? A little bit more than 1 tube, but like we're talking about like 5 to 10 milliliters more than 1 tube, right? So you'd have to buy it in bulk, and you might ultimately save like $15 per 100 grams. So it might be like 35. But regardless, it's weak. You go through a lot of it, and it's weak tinting. And you could recreate this color pretty easily with phthalo blue. So phthalo blue is much cheaper. And so I got rid of it from my palette because I could just add phthalo blue and recreate the color. No worries, Pickles. But it is a great color, and you know it was. If you couldn't recreate it easily or cost effective, it would still be in my palette. Because it is a great color. It is a useful color. Yeah, it's a good color, Bunkulator. Like I'm not gonna deny. Like I like the color. It just really doesn't make sense to you. Unfortunately. Yeah, they're very similar costs, and I am not a fan of cobalt. I mean, cobalt blue is a good color. It has a couple unique properties that are unique to it. But once again, you can make something similar with phthalo blue and ultramarine blue, the combination of them. So one of those. The thing is, cobalt blue is like is now more of a historical color. It's just not worth the price for what it is. But I'll say cobalt blue has some other benefits to that Viridian doesn't have. So cobalt blue is a naturally fast drying pigment. Cobalts are drier, like is a quick drying pigment or element. So that is a benefit. And it is a rare, cobalt blue is a rarer semi-opaque blue, which doesn't come up often. And it is, a lot of people consider it to be kind of the most neutral blue out there. There are some phthalos that I believe, though, are on the neutrals. No. Once again, it's not like it's not gonna be damaging to you by accidental consumption unless you consume a lot of it, and also if you probably consume a lot of it over a long period of time, right? So I don't really have any safety concerns with the cobalts. I don't. Breathing them in is a problem when you're making it, of course. But that's literally every single pigment is bad if you breathe it in. Every single one. That's not a problem unique to just the poisonous ones. Those are probably the safest. Yeah, Petra, solvents are the most dangerous thing you could do while oil painting, everybody. Solvents are the single most dangerous thing you could expose yourself to while oil painting, unless you are using like the mercury or arsenic based pigments. But there is no reason, unless you're a conservator, there is absolutely no reason to use those pigments in the modern context. There's none. They are not better pigments. They don't do something better than other pigments. Oh, sorry. The only thing they do better than other pigments is that they can kill you a whole lot faster. Petra, I don't use solvents at all in any of my processes. I haven't used solvents for about 1.5 years in anything I've done. I only use solvents for cleanup. For no reason. There just really isn't. There's no, like, in solvents, there's no technique that is, like, reliant upon solvents either. Yeah, they work well to clean stuff, that's it. Use it to clean. Don't use it to paint. Use odorless. Odorless is better. It's still odorless is still very dangerous. So yeah, use it to clean shit up. Don't use it for your paintings, because it also do not drink petroleum distillates. But they're not beneficial for your paintings, everybody. They are not beneficial to paint with either. They actually hurt your can be a large detriment to the archival nature of your paintings. For several reasons, and it also negatively affects your color. But then use them and be aware of the risk. I mean, you know, there are ways to paint in manners with solvents that are that will work better. Right out there is. Yeah, right. But the fact of the matter is it's not difficult to wean yourself off of them or just to not use them at all. So I don't recommend, Petra, personally, I don't recommend using walnut over linseed, because walnut is less robust. If you want the drying time of walnut, that's fine. Gamblin Free Gel has some dryers in it that I'm weary of. Dryers can be a good and bad thing. So I generally stay away from both of those. I just use plain linseed oil and oleo gel. And the oleo gel is just gelled linseed oil. It just has, I forget what the name of the additive is that they use. But it's not a dryer. It's only used to gel it. Because you also have to be careful with dryers too. You do. Too quick of drying can cause paintings to crack. And other negative things as well. You're welcome, Petra. So, Petra, that's, you know, just to round out this conversation, the reason why linseed oil is the preferred oil is because when it dries, it is the most durable paint film, okay? It could bend the most, it can flex the most, it's like the toughest, right? That's the big benefit. When you add stuff to it, it could change things, right? But every other oil is less durable than linseed when dried. Now, if you want extended drying time, then I would recommend, yes, you know, going to walnut would probably be my next choice. I would have personally, I've read some things on safflower oil, some studies on their effects on light fastness that I'm not a big fan of. And I'm also not a fan of using any like medium that a company makes in general, because we don't know what's in it. Do you paint with acrylics too? I do not, Roch Prince. I don't paint with acrylics. How well does kerosene work? Kerosene work in which way? It's not, kerosene is not a drying oil. So there's two classifications of oils. There's drying oils and non-drying oils. Mineral oil, for example, is not a drying oil, right? Kerosene and like crude oil, I believe, to my understanding, are not drying oils, right? But vegetable oils are all drying oils from my current understanding. Okay, so you could theoretically paint with olive oil. You could. However, that doesn't mean it will work well as an oil for your oil painting. Yeah, I only do alla prima, Petra, but I don't use acrylics because of some of the archival issues with acrylics. You have to be careful with the surfactants. Fox Girl, I learned what I was referring to you as well is when acrylics dry, you have to be wary of the surfactants that could come to the surface of acrylics. So you might want to take the effort of, if you're painting over dried acrylics, to clean the top of the dried acrylics for the surfactants, which could lead to adhesion issues and possible delamination. What are you talking about, Jan? What's the huh for? That's good, right? I mean, yeah, people like acrylics. I'm sorry, a lot of oil painters do a base layer in acrylics. I just avoid that now. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. It's one of those things. It's become popular because they're easy and cheaper than oil because they just have less pigment. And I think some people take advantage of that fact, which is fine. Like, that's not like a problem. Just know that there's always trade-offs, right? I mean, I'm not doing like the best things I could be doing for archival aspects. You could find plenty of cheap acrylics, I think, Jan. I don't know what you would need to clean the surface to get rid of the surfactants, Kaziki. I could look into that for you. But it comes from natural pigments, which is a very reliable source on this. I mean, you don't have to worry about disposal with oil paints either. Actually, Todd, disposing of regular oil paints is probably better for the environment than acrylics. Acrylics are full of plastics, and I mean, acrylic is a plastic. It's a polymer. Oil paints, I mean, and it's the same pigments, mind you, Todd. So just because they're water, and when acrylics are dry, they're not water soluble either. So I actually would contest that acrylics are not better for the environment than oil paints. Probably, Todd. Because, mind you, it's the same pigments. Acrylics just don't magically use different pigments than oil paints. So, it's a company, it's literally, the company's called D-Wipes, Kaziki. So, they make cleaners. So, these are for my hands, okay? They make ones for hands, all right? And for your D, okay? But they also sell surface cleaners, Kaziki. So they have stuff that will get rid of lead from surfaces. They also make laundry detergent for your clothes, which I need to get. In general, rotch burns, yeah. But once again, like, Todd, I don't dispose of my oil like that. Like, this is the worst thing I do as a part for the environment is I use a ton of paper towels. And solvents, once again, solvents are the worst thing for the environment and that you could really use. So I guess in that context, yes, if you use a lot of solvents with oil painting, that could be the worst thing. But if we're just comparing acrylics to oil paints, I would estimate that oil paints are better for the environment. I'm sure they are, cause Ziki, those wipes like originate from the machining industry. Well, Todd, actually, I mean, yes, if you need to get rid of solvent, take the sludge to just a waste disposal area. Todd, but you can let acrylics evaporate. You can let solvent just evaporate, because that's just what happens regardless. Yeah, and that makes sense. But point being, though, is with solvents, you can let them evaporate. Yeah, Todd, but that doesn't necessarily mean you should add to it, right? Yeah, I'm with you on that, Fugu, right? Just because it's not the worst thing doesn't mean we should, knowingly add. Or do something that's, like, simple, right? I'm with you, Fugu. Now, bodies, on the other hand, if I need to dispose of a body from a murder, then, then I kind of forget. Somebody needs to feed the fish. Somebody needs to feed those Ohio River crabs. Shit. I agree. But I could fix that. But I can fix it. I might have came up too high with the forehead, too. I think I might. This up. This nose needs to like go. Urban myth doesn't work. I've been caught several times, Rochburns. Several times trying to do that trick. Because they're like, oh yeah, everybody does this now. Just dig a little bit deeper. Boom, you're caught. Got that piece of advice got too popular. Yep, don't do that one anymore. Same with pigs. Pigs don't work anymore either. Goddamn snatch. Always shaking my D in public, Kazigi. I could have swore that's what they meant, Fugu. You know, I was never a theme park boy. Never was. You hated them, Roch Burns? Well, yeah, they'd probably make your crotch burn. I had in Illinois there was like Santa's Village. I don't know. I don't think it's still around. That was a theme park. That was kind of odd. Welcome back, Todd. Yeah. I heard Dolly Parton's theme park is pretty cool. Dollywood. She is a treasure. Yep. She does, Rochburn. She also has a really good childhood reading charity. Or basically if you want to get a book for your child, they'll send you one for free. Really good charity. Yep. No, she's a good one. She's a good one. Probably too dark. Yep. Well, she's also kind of a rare, like, I'll say, I wouldn't say outwardly progressive, but like, whenever she speaks, she speaks very progressively in an industry that was very behind on a lot of that stuff. You, Kaziki, you. So she's like, she's really just kind of been a good voice and had some really good, I'd say, influence in areas that could really use it. Oh, she. I think I would actually, I wouldn't say, Rochburns, I wouldn't say that the music industry as a whole is like that. There are definitely people whose only interest is capitalism and their bottom line, but I think there's been a lot of great movements from the music industry that have really had positive change, like effects for the world. Really, a new Doom game in 2 days? Hi, Angie. You're welcome, Petra. I had not been streaming that much recently because of paint making. And Petra, if you're into oil paints, I sell my oil paints on my FOURTHWALL. If you're interested in procuring some professionally made oil paints. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing a plein air session this week, by the way, everybody. I might be doing a plein air on Wednesday. Right now, I'm gonna try. All right, here. I am planning to do a plein air watercolor stream on Wednesday. Hi, y'all. Yeah, so that will be earlier. That will probably be at like 11 a.m. CST to 12 p.m. CST. Probably a nooner. Probably a nooner, everybody. Because I need the light. I need the light. It's the time and the season. Hi, Lynn. Very much so. It's the time and the sea. That might need. That needs to be cooler over there. I do wish I had access to I'm reaching an area where the green, in my opinion, is kind of hurting my options. But we'll figure it out. I could always do that. I could always do that. It's the time and the season. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you. I don't know how that got stuck in my head. But I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Not bad. I go through about like 5 or 6 songs a stream, so be prepared, Lynn. Be prepared. No matter how hard I try, I just can't make it cry. Be prepared. Nurse Bones. And about her, I don't really know. Be Prepared is from The Lion King. The best song from The Lion King. Be prepared. Check it out. It's a good song. Very much an earworm. And then I was also just singing the Rolling Stones. Heart of Stone. Is that true, Lost? Musicals are great. Musicals are great. Agreed, Lynn. Have you? Lynn, what are your favorite musicals? And there are wrong answers. I just can't make it. Little Shop of Horrors is good. What, Lynn? I have 2 songs from West Side Story that get stuck in my head all the time. I like to live in America, wonderful time in America. The King and I rant. And the I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I feel pretty and witty, and oh, I feel pity for any girl that isn't me tonight. I feel charming, oh so charming. That song has been stuck in my head since 8th grade.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Jesus Christ! A raid? Hi, Jess. I said hi to you earlier, but you missed it. But hi again. Hope you're well. my god, a raid! Welcome in, everybody. She didn't ignore today, but it's fine. We're painting Ricardo Montobone. Welcome in, Carson. Hi, Jess. Welcome in. We're doing two things. We're painting from life, and we're doing a limited palette, everybody. We're doing a limited palette today. All right, hold on. Don't be nice to Ricardo. He is an asshole. Ricardo is an asshole, everybody. Just mind you. All right. But we are using titanium white, transparent yellow oxide, pyrrole orange, and Viridian. And Viridian. This was voted on from the King and I, Lynn. These colors were voted on in my Discord. Well, Death, he demanded that I paint him. Haxer, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Bracket. Good Bracket. Well, I do sell pyrrole orange and titanium white. Jess, you don't have pyrrole orange, but it is available. Viridian, I will no longer sell, but Jess, you can make Viridian with the colors, with the lemon yellow and a phthalo blue. You can get really close. Idea. And of course, you have titanium white. So these were all voted on. So we're doing the entire thing with those colors. Yeah, just I'm excited for when you use my paints. I can't wait to see it. Yeah. But yeah, thank you, Pickles. If you are interested in my paints or oil paints or watercolors, check out that link. Huh? Maybe it's time you get a skull, Jess. Maybe it's time you get a skull. Maybe it's time. So I was actually talking about this. I went to it's an oddity store right by me. It's right by me. They actually had a full human skeleton in a casket and a human skull for sale. They were out of my price range. But it's nice knowing if I needed one, I can get my hands on. Yeah, they literally had a skeleton in a casket out on display. I did, Jamboree. I went to there the other day. So the full skeleton casket is from Victorian period. Was, I think, $4,000 is what they were asking for. I mean, it did come with a casket. It did come with a casket. Well, thank you, Haxer. It's not a tribute? Does it? Now, you know what's funny, though, Jamboree? If I wanted to, I could buy those human bones and turn them into paint. I could do that. I think there'd be a lot of ethical issues, though. Very macabre, Lynn. Very macabre. I am considering doing that with chicken bones, though. Buy the skeleton-free casket, yeah. True. So yeah, it was an interesting. They had You're okay with it, Lynn? Good. You get it, Lynn. You get it. They had a couple things I was interested in, but they were just out of my price range. They had an old creepy like Russian doll that was like, you know, like kind of like a larger elf or gnome, right? It had like the creepy face and everything, but it was $150. It was $150. I really wanted that. I'm looking for a I might be getting a ventriloquist dummy if I could find one for the right price for creepy paintings. I'm also looking for mannequins, of course. What's the hat? Yeah. No, it was like a Russian doll, Dia. So like it had like movable legs and arms. Like think of a ventriloquist dummy that wasn't a ventriloquist. Like it wasn't used for ventriloquism, but it was like 2.5, 3 feet tall, creepy face. You know what I mean? Like it was one of those. I should have taken a picture of it. Damn it, Jamboree. Yeah, so like I'm gonna probably up. Well, I was also looking for taxidermy. If anybody's looking to get rid of some taxidermy, please let me know. I can't pay a lot, but I would love to paint it. They also had some taxidermy stuff, but they had a lot of like overly posed taxidermy. Did you, Jess? You could have painted that. What'd you do with it? Dun, dun, dun. Mr. Pickles? That's a great name for a taxidermy fox. Oh. Ooh, that's clever. I like that. Did you tell the new owners what his name was? Hi, Sashi. Did you say something before that? What do you mean, Ornero or Sashi? Did I miss something you said before, Sashi? Be prepared. There's a book of fake taxidermy stuff called Many Dead Things. Well, I'm looking for squirrels. I'm looking for a taxidermied squirrel, Ezeki. I don't need a pose. I don't need a specific pose. But I'm looking for squirrels now. Because of Sashi. I have to do my duty to warn the squirrels of Sashi. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, there is a difference between the that camera angle, Sashi, even though it's pretty close. I'm looking at him from a little bit more, like, probably lower. As you should, Sashi. As you should. I am their defender. I am the squirrel's protectors. From the people that want to kill and mutilate them. Oh shit, that fell. That's what. God damn it. Hate broke, everybody. Hi, Silver Grains. Silver Grains. Yeah, see, I would love that jamboree. Silver Grains. Really? Interesting, Sashi. What are you talking about, Lynn? Oh, Silver Grains is somebody on the Twitch side. Somebody on the Twitch side. Friend of the stream. And I can't stop singing Christmas themed Silver Grains song. Can't do it. It's Silver Grain. Yeah. Newt Kaziki. Beanie. So I have one other problem going on, meow. That I hope might fix itself. Well, if I do this correctly, shouldn't be an issue. Oh, gotcha. Well, so, Lynn, basically what happened is I learned my friend on the Twitch side bought a piece of, or a pendant that was made with a squirrel hand. An individual squirrel hand, Lynn. And this shocked me. One, that they would openly admit it, first of all. And how did they procure... I have to do it. I was asked, Sashi. And then who would buy? Lynn, if you walked into a gas station and hey, here's a necklace with a squirrel hand on it. Now they were in an oddity shop. Nonetheless though, many gas stations are oddity shops. Would you ever buy that? And my answer is no. Yeah, see, right? Agreed, Dia. Agreed. Yeah, one hand. Thank you, Maddie. A singular squirrel hand. Not both. And so I feel I need to be responsible to warn the squirrels of Sashi's hatred. And diabolical intent. $7. Now they're saying, yeah, thank you, Lynn. You wouldn't, right? Yeah. Now Sashi's defending their purchase, saying it was only $7. But Sashi, when will it end? Well, how many squirrel hands do you need to have before it satiates your bloodlust? How many squirrel hands? Just one. It's always one more. Always one more. Call SPCA. I might have to. Lynn. I hope that's the weirdest thing you own, Sashi. I hope. Has to make. I don't think having... Alright. Yes, I live like a maniac. I'm not denying this, Omizu. But I'm not going around buying squirrel hands. You'll let it slide, Sashi. You'll let it slide one of these days. Yeah, see, Haxer, that makes a little bit more sense to me than the hands. That makes more sense to me than the hands. Of course I would be, Sashi. I agree, Silver Grains. Just human remains? Okay. Alright. Is it odd that I'd be more accepting of like a human skull than a squirrel hand? Is it odd that I'd be more accepting of like a human skull than squirrel hands? It is? Am I the bad guy here? Couldn't be. Not possible. Not possible. How about a cat paw? No, never. Let's ask Ricardo. Ricardo just says to burn it all down. And then he turned on his lighter. Same. No. It's mojitos. Mojitos and mint juleps jamboree. Oh, I went, you know what? Everybody, I got a Zima update. I got a Zima update for everybody. So, I went to this, like, beverage, like this liquor store that's, like, big in the Chicagoland area that has a huge selection. And I walked around that place like an asshole, couldn't find Zima, and then literally went to customer service and had to ask people, do they carry Zima? Oh. Like an asshole. Nope, they didn't have Zima. Well, Haxer, as long as it was ethically sourced. I was disappointed. I'm gonna find Zimas. Sashi, I've literally gone on like eBay to look for a Zima, okay? I think one of them did. The other one looked at me like I was a crazy person. No, it's an alcohol, Sashi. It's a malt liquor. It was like Smirnoff Ice. Did you, Haxer? What's the name of it? What's the place, Maddie? What's the name of the place in Chicago? Foremost Liquor? Maddie, you don't really know Chicago. I'll look it up. Foremost Liquor.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Oh my god! White, gray, black, YYC. Oh my god. Oh my god, a raid. Welcome in. How have you been? What were you doing? What were you streaming? What were you working on? Awesome. Give us your links now, or else we'll have a problem. So share your links, or else. Thank you so much for the raid. Anybody new here, we're painting with oils. We're doing a limited palette today. And we're talking about the infamous malt beverage Zima. And we're painting our model Ricardo, who is an asshole. Oh, hi, Funny Bunny. Hope you're well. Hey. Always nice to see you. Don't love Ricardo. He's a diva. He's a diva. Ricardo Montalbone. I am. All right, good. Everybody go check out withthese2hands.com now or else. And check out their Instagram and follow. And check out their zines. I thought I was following you. Well, now I am. I mean, I've been following you for decades. God. But I hope you've been well. Thank you so much. Good. I watched a few of your streams where you were... What were you reading when I was watching? I remember you used to do quite a bit of live reading as well. There we go. You know, it was Poe. I was watching you read some Poe at one point. That's what it was. Plowing through this yellow oxide. There was a big association with gay culture in the 90s with Zima Jamboree. I think that's partly why it wasn't like successful, because there was a lot of like the rampant homophobia of the 90s. I ordered a Zima, not emphysema. True. I did not, Haxer. Well, I don't think they intentionally did that, but I do recall that Zima was used as like a, you know, in essence, and kind of like a slur. Or a way to like call somebody gay. You know how that was, like, where like everybody was calling people just gay. Let's make a pile of neutral. No, no, I only use butter knives for palette knife paint, not for general mixing. I actually considered that, but the problem is they don't bend. They don't have the bend needed. To get that flex, yeah, I probably would. But you know, that's why you just use a palette knife where it's designed. But granted, I am not a taint John the Painter, son of a bitch. Now, Ricardo is a bit of a, we'll say, user. Definitely a pervert. Very, what's the right word? Hedonistic. Very hedonistic.
Nice.
But so, I mean, frankly, so is, so is Rudy. Ooh la la. Don't do it. Don't do it, White Gray. You'll regret it. You won't even have tax money on your dresser. I'm not tax money. Taxi money on the dresser. Like he'll never have been there. No Denver omelet. Nothing. Awesome, John. Good to hear, bud. All right, we're gonna be taking a break in about 5 minutes for the ads, and I'm gonna take a little bit of a poo break to ponder some stuff. That's what I didn't. I didn't make the poo ponder hat. Let's snooze these. Yeah, I forgot to do the poo ponder hat. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you can again, John. Who gave me permission to do so? To snooze the ads or take a break? Oh, yeah. HR gave me the approval. Talk with HR, Pickles. Talk with HR. Are you against me taking a break? Pickles! Shh. I mean, not Pickles. Maddie, shh. They can hear you. They hear everything. Oh my God, Pickles. They can hear you, Pickles. Be careful. That's true. Oh my God! John! You son of a bitch! We have a block in, everybody. We have a block in. Yeah, yeah! We did it, everybody. We did it. Oil gel. I'm gonna have to refill a couple of these colors. Might as well do now. Might as well do it now. Got a little time before the ads. Yeah. So we went through a ton of yellow and a ton of Viridian. The two weakest tinting colors. That was really good, John. I really like that one. Hi, TDS. How you doing, bud? Ads are in 4 minutes, everybody. Ads in 4. So everybody take your time. Take a poo. Have a cry. Snack at the same time. Sob. You know, the 5 S's. Let's do this now too while we got the time. I'm doing well. The 5 S's. Good, funny buddy. Good. You're doing it right. Whale, yeah. Well, sob. Good. All right. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. And we will be back after a message from our sponsors. All right. So, okay. We'll see everybody then. Bye.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
my god! Oh my lord. Good, Maddie. Good, Maddie. I'm glad he got jump scared. I thought it was very funny. It was the long con. Well, you're welcome for the free colon cleanse.
Fucker.
You're a fucker. I heard you all berating me while I was pooing. I heard it. Good. Good, white gray. No, you, no me. Wait. Damn it. All right. Tee-hee. Yeah, all right. Let's get on with it. No, that you're just smelling your own poo, Lost. That wasn't smell. That was your own. You did. That was you that time. That was you that time. If I actually had quinacridone in addition to these colors, this would be a fairly usable palette. If I had quinacridone with these, the next best addition is probably quinacridone. Oddly enough. You could make an argument for ultramarine blue too. No, I'm not gonna add it. The goal of this is just is to do it with a 4. I'm just thinking out loud. I mean, the weakest color by far is the yellow. This is not great. That's why I don't use it on. I mean, like at one point I was considering to add this to my palette, but it's dog shit. That Andrew Tischler guy uses yellow oxide. It's just pointless. I do not like how he teaches. Do not like how he teaches. Or I'd say the type of videos he puts out. Yeah. No, just once, Todd. You only got 1 vote per color. Yeah, Pickles, he's a hyper realist, but he puts out a lot of videos like, oh, use these color hacks and stuff like that. And so he does very clickbaity titles, and I don't know, I don't really appreciate how he relays that information. You should not have been able to vote for multiple colors. You should not have been able. I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised you guys didn't go for lamp black. But I'm not. I was happy you guys finally chose Viridian. I've given the Viridian option a few times. And y'all went with, like, I think you went with Thalo one time. You did Payne's Gray once or twice. But I'm surprised this time you guys didn't do lamp. Did you do Viridian pickles? Makes sense. John, I account for my how good. So I have a hourly rate that I put into it, and I account for all the hours that went into it, the cost of materials, and then I add some or take away some based on how good I think the painting is. So Todd, they got the name Viridian from this pigment. So John, that's how I come up with my pricing. It's not exact. So I have paintings that didn't take me a while that I charge more for because I thought they were good paintings. I think, Todd, I'm pretty sure that that's not a stable pigment, Todd. Or Aureolin yellow. I believe it can discolor from a few different things. Yeah, you're not bad at them, Todd. You're just, like, see the color for what it is. So, like, for example, I've learned that Winton Phthalo Blue is a red shade. But the best green mixing blue is Phthalo Blue green shade. Just is. So yeah, don't think of it in terms as like a skill. It's just an issue of understanding, right? What colors can do what, you know? It's not like a skill issue. It's not like a mechanical skill issue. It's just that you don't understand what the colors are at the moment. That's it. It is a skill to a certain extent, Todd. But I would say just like doing your research. But like, you know, I do have it laid out in my, you know, in my. If you go to my YouTube, Todd, I have color mixing streams. I made that video of me on my badly made palette, and you can get those pigments in cheaper versions. Like you can just use the same pigments in cheaper versions, and then you have the entire basis that for you to mix, right? Thank you, Pickles. Well, my watercolors are not... Todd, honestly, you probably won't be able to get watercolors as cheap as mine. And you have everything you need in the watercolors, too. That's just not... Like, that's not me just, like, you know, trying to make a sale. That's just the honest reality of it. Hi, Mud. Well. Hi, Rusty Savages. I did. Please, if anybody is not subscribed to my YouTube, please go to my YouTube or else and subscribe. And watch, like, lurk there as well. Well, no, you got the name wrong, Lost Traveling. It's badly sales to lower your exposure and growth. I'm doing well, Mud. How are you doing? 1AV840FQP. Thank you for the follow. I think you'll like them, John. I do know that they're expensive. Well, Lost, I mean, it's a great deal, right? It's only $500 for a half-hour class, all right, which is a deal, okay? You know, highly recommend. Nice, Mud. Well, that's good. Lost, I don't know what your problem is, all right? But I think that's a fair deal. All right? That's a fair deal. Fuck. Fuck. Oh yeah, I got you. I got you, John. I know my paints aren't cheap, but for what you get, they're the cheapest you'll find. But they are still, you know, obviously priced above, you know, gambling or student grade stuff. But so I'm very sympathetic with the point that they're reasonably priced, but they're not cheap. They're not cheap. But we all know that the more expensive your materials are, the better painter you will be. Okay? So, you know, the more expensive your brushes are, your paints are, you'll just automatically become a better painter. That's how it goes, everybody. Yeah, that will cost a little bit to ship. John, check out pirate shipping. That's what I use. I was able to ship to the UK and Europe for like 25 bucks. Check out pirate shipping. It is really great. I just shipped the full set of paints to Jess and Kaziki there for 25 bucks. I think they have their own methods of getting it across. So they go a lot by weight and some size. But they have met the expectations that they, you know, that they lay out on their website for me every single time. I have not had a single issue with them. Not one yet.
Fire the nuclear weapons.
Jesus Christ! Anthony Wheeler, what do I owe this displeasure? That's a deal, white grade. Oh my god, water poop. Get Wheeler. That's right, Thunder Gristle. How, Amy? How? Windsor Newton rips you off, Todd. They're not a good company to buy from. Oh my god, a raid. Hi, Anthony. How are you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Yep, check out the Chaotic Dry-Long. Go take your shit, Anthony. Go take your post-stream shit. Well, good. Now you got two.
Brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink, you stink. You could tell that to us. We know it's not true, Anthony. We know it's not true. Welcome in, Anthony. Thank you so much. If you need to get out of here, get the hell out of here. If you don't, always appreciate Anthony watch. You're a morning guy? Okay. Well, I'm a, 6 to 8 times a day guy myself, personally. Everybody, if you'd like to see my other stuff, there are the links. I make watercolors and oil paints. Anthony Wheeler exclusively uses my watercolors. Exclusively uses my watercolors. He doesn't use any other company's watercolors. Alright? And so you can get him on my fourth wall. That, not a lie. He exclusively... Anthony, I would rather die. Not a lie. I've already you've already been sponsored. You've already been sponsored. You exclusively use badly made watercolors. Not those hacks from Sennelier. Anthony, I'll send you more watercolors if you want to be exclusive with badly made watercolors. I'll send you more. Don't think I won't. I'll even send you the other colors that are not part of the set. Kind of chalky. There's no chalk. The only one that has chalk in it is phthalo blue, but I don't think you have phthalo blue one. Sashi, that's a surprise and you know it. That is a pleasant surprise for people. Pleasant surprise. Badly made shards? No, those are goodly made shards. You think that will stop the sharpening, Sashi? Good luck. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Well, the cuck chair, currently Ricardo is on the cuck chair. But if anybody has any questions, please let me know. I will definitely answer any questions. Any questions. Definitely. Have you ever shaved your legs? I have not. Yeah, no, I'll answer anything. Anything. I have not shaved my legs, no. Didn't have to shave parts of them for like getting taped or anything. I just whenever I've had like a knee and ankle tape before, but I would just like they would have bandages underneath it, so it never really was an issue. Never shaved my butthole either. What is the secret phrase they told you when you became an what is the secret phrase they told you when you became an engineer? I can't tell you that because you're not an engineer. It's a secret. Yeah, that is an answer. Well, that color fucking sucks. What was I thinking? Leave this. Like no change. Fucking change. What did you have for breakfast? I made myself noodles. My parents gave me some lamb that they weren't going to use, so I stir-fried some lamb and noodles and cabbage. I ate it with chili oil. Next question. What's your go-to recipe for horchata? All right, so Amy Jo, you take a cup of rice. You wash the rice, take a cup of it, soak it in like roughly 10 cups of water. A good amount of water. You don't really need to be that precise with that amount of water, with the amount of water, but a good amount of water. You throw in a cinnamon stick and you let that soak. You let that soak for a half a day to a full day. Okay? You could do it in the fridge. You could leave it out if you wanted to. Then you take out the cinnamon stick and maybe put in a little bit. I don't actually have liked the results better without blending the cinnamon stick, but then you blend the rice and the water together. And you blend the fuck out of it. You strain it, and then you add a fuckload of sugar. Then you add a fuckload of sugar and some sweetened condensed milk, and there you have horchata. But the straining is a pain in the balls, but you have to strain it so it doesn't have that powdery rice taste. Well, you said, what's my recipe for horchata? They make, like, powdered horchata. But I don't recommend powdered horchata. You said recipe. Stop teasing me. You can get powdered horchata online. I knew when I worked landscaping for a few summers, guys would drink powdered horchata while they would work, and was not a fan. Because that shit settles very fast. That's why you gotta strain the shit out of your horchata. You gotta strain it. You gotta get that powder, the rice that isn't fine enough out of there. How many different jobs have I had? Engineering or just in general, Sashi? Well, all right. So my dad owned a janitorial company growing up, and I started doing that work when I was like 10. Well, thank you, Lynn. I'm glad to have you. I hope to see you here more again. Thank you so much, Lynn. So I started working like cleaning floors in office buildings when I was like 10. And then my freshman year of college, and I worked through that through high school and when I was home from college. My freshman year of college, I worked in a bowling alley. And then I transferred to Marquette and didn't have a job there, like a permanent job. Oh, I was also an RA my freshman year because I wanted the room to myself. What else did I do? Okay, so then my junior year of college, I got it's an engineering thing where you take off time of school and you work at a place. So I did that for a year and a half at a place called Pentair in Brookfield, Wisconsin. It's like an internship. It's like a little bit above an internship. Then out of college, I worked and then during summers in college, I worked landscaping for 2 of those summers. Sorry, I worked landscaping before my freshman year of college for a summer, and then the summer after that. Then out of college, I worked for a company called Wagner Paint as like a temp engineering position. Did that for like 6 months. Then I got my first like permanent position in engineering at a place called Argonne Medical Devices. Argonne Medical Devices as a project engineer. Then I left that job for the worst job I've ever had at a company called Multipack Solutions, which was they were a contract manufacturer of laundry detergent pods, or like stuff that, like, you know, the dissolvable pods and shit like that. Oh, really? Yeah, that was my first major, like, real job, like, engineering job, I should say. Then I worked for a contract manufacturer for the aerospace Department of Defense, like, CNC company. So, was designing manufacturing processes for basically new like fighter jets and shit. And a couple things for the Department of Energy with not the Argonne Medical Devices, but Argonne National Laboratory. I did a few projects for them. Interesting. The place I worked at, Silver Grains, was in biopsy needles and catheters, but the long catheters that would go through, like, not through the genitals, but through, like, your sides. Like, there's, like, different types of catheters. Mainly post-surgical catheters for draining, like, surgical incision. Suprapubic? No, it's like it's for draining like surgical incisions, so it could be anywhere on the body. Okay, so then the CNC place, then I went to work at a company called McMaster Carr, which is a big industry company. And that was the last major job before I quit. Before I quit working in that kind of area. So that's my work history, everybody. There you go. My entire work history. And now I'm the CEO of Badly Made Paints. Now I'm the CEO. You're welcome, Sashi. Uh, 33? It was about, sorry, no, 32. Lynn, I started paying 3.5 years ago. I started in October 2021. Thank you, Lynn. Everything that you all hear me talk about, I've learned in the past. I literally never took an art. I haven't taken an art class since middle school. Since middle school. I was pretty much hell-bent on engineering for a long time. And then I just realized working jobs like that sucks in general. And I hated it. Well, thank you, Lynn. Self-taught. Self-taught, Lynn. Lynn, you flatter me. True. I do this because I enjoy it. I don't do it for any other reason other than that. If I didn't enjoy this shit, you wouldn't see me doing it. Hi, Yoni. Welcome in. No, this is Ricardo. This is Ricardo. Here you go, Yoni. Con! God, what was the Star Trek with that? Thank you, Yoni. If Ricardo is such a prick, why do you paint him so much? This is only my second time painting Ricardo, Yoni. And basically, Ricardo just took a seat and he's like, paint me. Like, I didn't know what to paint today anyways, and I was just like, fine. And he's just been chain smoking the entire time. He's not even nude. I did, Lynn. I did. That is true. Oh, shit. Which one was that? Star Trek, like, 4? Was it, with Khan? In the Wrath of Khan, yeah. It was like Star Trek, like, 4, right? The Wrath of Khan or something? Two? Okay. Well, yeah, I did. All right, so I did do 4 streams with. Was it 4 or 3 streams with this asshole? It's a valid point, Yoni. But when you got painter's block, sometimes you just gotta take what's given to you. Sometimes you just gotta take what's given to you. Can we see some finished art? Check out my Instagram, Bobitos. Bobitos11. Bobitos. It's also for sale on my Etsy, everybody. For anybody who wants original badly made paintings. Check out the Etsy shop. By the way, Mud, did you ever play around with Etsy ads? Thank you, Mud. I'm testing them out. Gotcha. Well, so this one is just ads, Mud, where they just pay per click. That's all they say. It's not an additional percentage. But, like, if they click on their advertisement, you pay a certain amount, and you can budget it per day. Interesting, Mud. Of all the oils you made recently, is there one paint you're most proud of, for lack of a better way to put it? No, because I'm very familiar with, like, okay. Because I was making paint before this, nothing was a real surprise, right? I can say that Lamp Black is the single weirdest pigment I've ever made. Just a ridiculous pigment. But I wouldn't say proud is the right word. I'm just proud of the amount of work I did to get this going, more or less. So I'm just proud of the effort in general. But not of, like, a singular one. Lamp Black, one of the weirdest pigments ever, everybody. So Lamp Black is an extremely light and fluffy pigment, the most I've ever seen. And it took by far the single most amount of oil that any pigment I've ever encountered. Shut up, Drez! So, to give you an idea, see you later, Lynn. Nice meeting you. Hope to see you again soon. Literally by weight, lamp black takes 10 times more oil than certain pigments. For pretty much every gram of pigment I use, I needed 1.5 grams of oil, which is just nuts. Well, it was nice how blue it was, Mud, right? How much bluer. And to give you perspective, yeah, that is why, Mud, right? That is why. That's just the sheer amount of oil in it. And I could have added more oil to it, Fugu. I could have. I didn't even put a huge, like, by looks, I could have added more oil. So it yields very well. It takes a lot of time on the machine to get it where you want. So it was like, I've learned. So one thing I've learned is how much, like, machine time something needs is something that I've learned a lot about. So some paints need no time on the machine. There are some paints that need very little to no time. But there are others, like Lamp Black, that you just really need to keep on putting it through there. You know, understanding the yield. So, like, why do I have certain so what can affect the prices of my paints more than anything is the yield. So, like, if I take 100 grams of pigment, how much usable paint will I get out of it with oil? So, for example, 100 grams of lead white isn't one full tube. It's like 120 grams of pigment for a 41 milliliter tube of paint. 100 grams of lamp black would make, with that amount of oil, would make 6 tubes. Would make 6 tubes of paint. Pyrrole red. 100 grams of pyrrole red would make like 3 to 4 tubes, right? 100 grams of bismuth yellow will make like 1.5 tubes. So you're learning kind of that, and I've documented basically that because it's relevant to my how I need, like, so for example, I keep keeping let's say somebody wants to order a lot of paint from me, or let's just say people start ordering from me regularly. I have to keep some behind, but then it doesn't make sense to do a small batch on the machine because I lose a lot of time with cleanup and things like that, right? So, so like there's also like sourcing, like I have to keep track of. A lot of things like that. That's actually, Druz, you actually picked up on another, you reminded me of the thing I've learned the most is the limitations of my machine. So I've really learned what makes a good machine good. Does anyone know, outside of size, what would make a paint mill better or worse? There's a lot. But does anyone know what makes like a certain machine better outside of size? Nope. Not clean. Not cleaning. This is not cleaning related. Not torque, but you do need a larger motor for the bigger machines. But no, it's actually not related to that. So it's a limitation of my machine. Like, my machine doesn't have a capability that the larger machines have. And that's what makes those machines better, but those machines are also $40,000 to $50,000. This machine was $1,000. More rollers? Nope. It's strictly three rolls for this. The rollers are always movable. The rollers are always movable. No, that comes with the larger rollers. So yeah, the larger, like, is a thing, but it's not the specific feature I'm talking about. No worries, Drez. You'll know what it is once I say it. Thank you, Laura. Well, we're doing a limited palette today, Laura. We only got 4 colors out. Well, the answer to your questions, everybody, is... and will be revealed after a message from our sponsor. No, the answer is hydraulics.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Shut up, Fugu! Fuck me, no, fuck you. No, it's hydraulics. So those good machines use hydraulics to actually apply pressure to the pigment as it's ground. Okay? So you could actually change the amount of pressure applied to the rollers, right? So certain paints, I probably have to add more oil to my paints than other companies do because they could... No, it doesn't. Hydraulics are not a simple thing, and they're heavy. Yeah. So I have to put it through my machine a lot more, and I can't, like... So what pigments does it affect? Well, it can affect phthalo blue, like the very fine pigments a good amount. The smaller pigments, like the easy to grind pigments, it doesn't matter. But for, I would say it has an effect on lamp black, on phthalo blue, on quinacridone magenta, probably a few of the pyrols, where the fineness, the really fine small pigments, I have to put in a lot more work to get it into that good state. I've heard that term, but I'm not sure what it actually means in this context. Drez? What's a product engineer? A product engineer can range from like being like, so a product engineer can be, Laura, somebody who works specifically with a product and offers technical support in relation to a specific product, or they could be doing it as a project. So it's somewhat of a nebulous term because some companies use it for the design, the control of the design, and some use it relationally to the technical support side. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, I saw that. No, you can't do that with oil paint. I'm not going to make dispersions either. I could make oil paint dispersions, but I can't make oil paint like I make. Just happened. Yeah, dispersions, I don't know, I have no interest in doing dispersions. Nor do I want to get a bead roller. Yeah, but so why don't I just skip the oil dispersion and just 3-roll it? Yeah, it does. Indeed, Mud. Indubriously. It's fun, Laura. And just a reminder, everybody, I'm gonna be trying to do plein air on Wednesday morning, weather permitting. Wednesday at noon Central. Everybody, watercolor plein air. Watercolor plein air, everybody. Watercolor plein air on Wednesday. Be there and be square. Shoo-be-doo-bap. Be-da-bap. Skitty bow. Oh, we're so quiet. So quiet. What's going on in the wild? Okay, so we got basketball playoffs. Playoffs? Yeah, we got basketball playoffs. Conference semifinals. So there's been some interesting stuff with that. What else do we... There's hockey playoffs, but right now I don't really give a shit about that. And baseball. I guess the biggest sports news relevant to me is that I'm a White Sox fan. And the new Pope, yeah, the NHL playoffs, that's the thing. And the new Pope is a White Sox fan. So despite me not being named the next Pope, which I thought once again I was a shoo-in, the new Pope, people in Chicago love it. It's a rare win for the White Sox fans right now. Yeah, I bet, Mud. Holy shit. I didn't know that you had had an uncle that was a Villanova grad. Well, there was a lot of funny jokes of like, so Portillo's, which is like a Chicago Italian beef chain restaurant, named a sandwich after him. And then they were talking about like, you know, his pizza places or how he's going to change like the Vatican's food to be like more like Chicago. Nib135, thank you for the follow. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you have any concerns, please let me know. But if you have any complaints, they will not be tolerated. No complaints. Don't do it. You can throw those right in the trash, Sashi. God, not having a good yellow is really fucking me right now. Getting fucked here. There's not enough color. Why, hello, Anthony. This stream is funded by the Endowment for the Perverted Arts. God damn it. God, I could really use lemon yellow right now. Why do you fuckers always have to go with transparent yellow oxide? I know, Anthony. I know. How was your stream, Anthony? What were you doing today? Oh wait, no, today was chaotic drawing. Anthony, I gotta do another painting of you soon. Good, good. You have the perfect yellow? What is the perfect yellow? No, you fuckers always just do transparent yellow oxide. Not always. You've done it twice. You've done it twice in a row. And it's easily like one of the worst colors I have on this list. And I forgot to put yellow ochre on the list. But you fuckers keep voting for it. Oh, was it Anthony? You son of a bitch. I know I put it on the list. But you fuckers are supposed to know that, hey, you know what? That color sucks. We shouldn't pick that one. Thank you, Mud. Thank you. You're a real one. Because that is the yellow I want every single time. Why didn't you vote, Sashi? Well, that's the thing, right? I was actually kind of hoping for that combo, Mud. The lamp black and lemon yellow to see what type of greens we can get. But nobody else saw the vision, apparently. Well, you're supposed to set an alert alarm for anything on my Discord, Sashi, as you know. Whenever I, do something on the Discord, you should have an alarm set. Oh, geez, that sucks. I'm sorry that they're not feeling well. I'll excuse one of the days. One of the days is excused. You have not been stuck here too long, Mud. Just wait. Just wait until you get to Goodwill Hunting somebody. And it will all be worth it. Just wait till you get to Goodwill Hunting somebody. And it will all be worth it. I know you don't oil paint. It's about the Goodwill Hunting. It's about the Goodwill Hunting situation. No, that's real. The streamer court is real. Why do you think Wheeler's here? Court mandated. Predator, easy. Easily Predator. That's not even close. No, nobody's exempt, Sashi. No one. No one. I don't know. Anthony, did you ever read those like the Predator comics? They use some of the lore from the first two movies, like that gun and stuff. It's actually kind of fun. The Council of Midway's Mayonnaise Art Man. True. Thank you, Laura. God, I wish I had a good yellow. Well, no, there's some Rule 34 for that, Anthony. There's some Rule 34 for that. Oh, what's the secret, Mud? What's the secret? What's the secret? Nope, can't do it, Mud. Can't do it, Mud. This isn't Nom. There are rules. There are rules. I just said this isn't Nom. No, it's just I reserve the right to complain about my self-induced punishment by you fuckers. I reserve the right. It's in the logs. Mud, the thing is, I'll know, Mud. I'll know. Because really, the goal is to make an awesome painting with just a limited palette. Oh, it is. But it's also, it's like, what's the point of like offering a limited palette if I don't use the limited palette? Know what I'm saying? Yeah, I do. I'd really like a taco salad. Of which? Of who? Of who, Sashi? Oh my god. All right, everybody. How do I make the most contrasting, brightest color for the skeleton, huh? How do I do it? I need help. I don't know, everybody. How do I do it? How do I make things... I can't figure it out. Red? Oh, not red. Red won't do it. Good God! I don't know what compelled me to say pop like that, but I enjoyed every second of it. Yeah, true. How do I get the whites to pop the most? I can't figure it out, everybody. This is a mystery. Yeah, I'm not an Antiques Roadshow boy. But I do watch a show that's linked to Antiques Roadshow called Fake or Fortune. Which, if you haven't seen, Anthony, is one of the greatest shows on television. Let's see. Perfect afternoon. I cook a big meal. And I get to choose exactly what I want to do based on what I feel like at that exact time. Fake or Fortune. Fake or Fortune. One of the people on Fake or Fortunes used to be on the English Antiques Roadshow. It's so good. It's so good. It's on YouTube's as well. Oh my god, he looks terrible for 45, Mud. Oh my god. That's terrifying. I don't really harass people to buy my paintings. Everyone should buy my paintings, but I don't really harass people. Well, that would be part of it, Amy. I know. Time goes by fast, Amy. But the bathtub is always ready. The bathtub is always ready, Amy. All right, everybody. I'll reveal how to make the brights pop. All right, y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? All we need is a little bit of Viridian and titanium white. Not pure titanium white, but a little Viridian.
Fire the nuclear weapon.
Son of a bitch! Yay, 2-3, yup. Casey Snow. Oh my god. Papa! This is a professional snowstorm raid? The raid full of lies. This is not universal. This is in the context of this painting, Sashi. So check this out. Welcome in, Raiders. Casey, give me those links. Give me those links now. Now. Who are you talking to, Casey? I don't know anybody who goes by that name. I don't know anybody who goes by that name. All right, so check this out. Because it's green, we're going to get the highest amount of contrast on these specific highlights. So look at that. Papa! Changes everything. Oh my god. How does he do it? How does he know? Why does it work like that, everybody? Pow! Indeed. How did we know that this would work, everybody? How do we know that this would work? Nope, Mudworks uses, Mudworks uses it too. That's where I learned about it. Firebot, very good. Papa! All right, I might need to record that one. Good. Pyro Kitty's Tavern, thank you for the follow. Everyone, go follow Casey Snell's Blue Sky. Zenith's Cosmic Her, thank you for the follow. Ooh, fantastic. Sounds like fun. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm an oil painter. I'm painting from life. Painting from life. That is Ricardo Montalbone. We're painting this a-hole right there. And he is an a-hole. I sell oil paints and watercolors. Badly made oil paints and watercolors. Professional grade paints. Please check them out if you're interested in procuring new paints for yourself, everybody. Hi, Skittle. No, they are actually called badly made paints. But you will not regret it. Agreed, K-Reg. Oh my god, Amy. Oh my god. Hey, Reggie, for the follow. They're supposedly really good. I'm still a little concerned that they're not. I'm concerned that they're, you know, terrible. You know, people told me that they've enjoyed them. I've been told that they're really nice. I am using them, though. Not yet. But I do, I've been trying to think about what I want to do on the oil painting adverts. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, please let me know. I primarily do oil painting. However, I am going to be doing an alla prima, not alla prima. I'm going to be doing a plein air watercolor stream on most likely Wednesday at noon. Hi, Burger. Hope you're well, bud. I'm not. That's the thing. You are massively mistaken, Casey. Massively. I don't think I've ever seen anything so wrong. No, I have no idea what you're talking about, Casey. Maybe we do a little bit more. No idea what you could possibly be talking about. Casey. That's your real name. That needed to be brighter, huh? Good. Have fun, Amy. There's no such evidence, Amy. I mean, Casey. No such evidence exists. I have never told a lie. I have never lied in my life. No, that is AI. That is a fake clip, everybody. That is altered, everybody. That is altered. That is not real. Don't believe this filth. That's completely, they AI'd my voice, everybody. They AI'd my voice. Andy, I've never told a lie. Never told a lie. Probably just need. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, no, it's a terrible shame. I am ostracized constantly by my chat skittle. The demons who watch me. Demons, I see demons. Oh, I'm going to darkness. I don't know what you're talking about, Andy. How am I gonna hit that fucking color? But yeah, once again, if if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. Like I said, I'm painting with oils. If you have anything that you're curious about, might just be that color. Like I said, we're doing a limited palette today. No worries, Casey. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. I have no idea what you're talking about, but thank you so much. You are very sweet. And a liar. And a terrible, terrible liar. That needs to get dark. Eight meters per second. Let's see if this works. We're gonna do a little bit. We're gonna do some risky aggression, but I think that worked. So this is one of the tougher areas in this painting because I can't get close to this color of the jacket. So I have to do some interpretation.
Grab the children! Save the children!
I will not. They're as good as gone. Maybe Midge. How have you been, Skittle? Nice to see you again. I got some work to do on this fucking hand. Let's go with this. Let's go with that. Let's see if we can even this out a little bit. to fix that up too. Why didn't you tell me I needed to do this part that I hadn't? Why didn't you tell me? Hi, Gay Vertebrae. How are you? I have been. How have you been, Gay Vertebrae? Nice to see you. Hope you're well. Rote? Thank you. I appreciate it. What are you gonna draw? Country roads take me to a place I belong, West Virginia. Take me home, country. Oh, that's nice. That's cute. Son of a bitch! Maddie. What the hell? I know. In a row, it's unbelievable. True. I have no excuses. This, don't really like that. Doesn't really work. So how do I fix that? Let's try something like this. Stands out like a sore peanut. How you doing, Mandelbro? Or Mandelbrot? Mandelbrot. You. Welcome in. Now I want bratwurst. Maybe I don't need to put that in there. Let's just get rid of that. Now I know what that is. Hat brats. What is a Mandelbrat or Mandelbrot? Oh, yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Mandelbrot. Oh, Mandelboat. Okay. Huh. I thought I've heard of it before. Like the name, so... Oh my god! Interesting, Mandel. Brot. Interesting. Jesus Christ, paperclip. Son of a bitch. How are you? Not a hi, how are you? How's the family? Nope. Shiv. Murder. Thank you, Fugu. Trying. I'm trying to be simpler when it calls for it, and trying to put the detail where it needs it. I'm trying to be good. Weekend at Skelly's. That's true. Good paperclip. Henry the Ninth PK. Welcome in. You just made the worst mistake of your life. You are now stuck here forever. There's no way out. No way out. Except for one way. And you know what that is. You know what that is.
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, thank you, Paper. We are getting up there, Paperclip. But remember, you get to choose what you believe in. Remember, Paperclip, you chose to believe. You chose to believe. Have you ever like worn that shirt in public and anybody say anything to you? Ellie's art cart. Oh. Another big mistake. Another terrible mistake. Country road. God damn it. Take me home to a place. I wonder if people will... I wonder if the people who, in theory, would be offended by it would understand that I am making... or that I made fun of them. Kind of like that funny King of the Hill joke of people not being offended because they can't read. Green Jello 1983, thank you for the follow. Probably, right? They probably think it's alien related. I bet you that's what people think of it most, you know? You know what? That's probably. I wish the fingers were. I made pretty decent time on this one, huh? Huh. Fastest painter in the West. Fastest painter in the West. dark doesn't. Hold on. Shit. Doing this to reduce glare for a second. I apologize for nothing. By the way, Mud, did Salt get his streak? Son of a bitch! Okay, alright. Oh, wow. That is a coincidence. That is a weird coincidence. Give me the brain cell! I need it. I know. I just want to make sure, because you did threaten me the other day about losing your streak. No, this is Ricardo. This is Ricardo Drez. I know, Salt. I think I need to keep these clothes very blocky and simple. So let's see how this works. They can't be too green. Have a good one, Salt, Mud, Nini. I'm basically done. I'm basically done. But thank you, you two. Believe this is almost done. Nini. Ricardo Montalbone, not Bones. To play along West Virginia. You did, Shasta. Oh, hi, Shasta. You did. But I'm glad you made it.
I be stroking.
Indeed, Shasta. Rooms, take me. And big orange moon in the sky. Possibly. Fuck. This asshole does have a mustache, yes. Hair plugs. He insisted on getting hair plugs, and then he got those removed and got a mustache. Yeah, they're fake. He calls it a system. He has a mustache system. It works. It's a blue jacket. But it's kind of like the best I could do.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
I don't stink! Oh, you're talking about... Okay, wait. You're talking about Ricardo. Okay, alright, sorry. I'm guessing you're talking about Ricardo. I need this. Sorry, Dia. Sorry. Yeah. I figured that out. I apologize, Dia. I'm used to people berating me. Thank you, Dia. I'm smart. I can do things. Mucking fat, yeah. I know. I think I just gotta leave it like that, I think. Maybe one last thing. You see how this works out. I'm a little suspicious of this shadow. I could probably do something there. Sapien Sentience, welcome in. I think, haven't you followed before? Name seems familiar. But welcome in. If you have any questions, please let me know. Mangoes. Juicy, ripe mango. All right, let's call it. We're done. Fuck it, we're done. Country road. The fuck? Uh-oh. Been dipping my arm in paint, everybody. Of course. Check that. Bringing out a brush for a quick stroke. So how much is it? Gotta do a good wash. I lied. Might be poop. Might be poop. Might be. All right, that was worth it. Okay. Sorry, I've been tanning. It's definitely not poop. All right, let's clean up. Ta-da! For sale. Limited palette skeleton. Used a lot of paint too. Thank you, Dia. Thank you. Thank you. I deserve that. Son of a bitch! Paperclip! Well, thank you. And just like that, everybody. One more. Thank you, paper. So with just 4 badly made paints, you could make a painting like this, but you have to have the badly made paints, everybody. You just won't be capable of doing this without the badly made paints. You just won't be able to do it. You need to have the badly made paints. It's mandatory. And then tell all your friends. Make great gifts. Everybody wants to open up a box that says badly made paints. That's right, Tia. Jess's work is going to become even better now. Oil paints and watercolors, everybody. I think it will, because I know she hasn't, like, I know she, well, she's used, you know, I gave her a lot of paint when I send her some, but, I think the color selection, because I know there's some colors that she doesn't actively use that much, but I think if she tries them out, she'll, and, like, and like feels fine to use them all the time, I think it will affect her very. What's for dinner? I don't know if I'm gonna eat dinner. I have some strawberries I need to eat, but I don't really feel like cooking at the moment, so I might just eat some like strawberries and call it a night. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna wash this off good. It's definitely not poop. All right. Wait, I don't need a D-wipe. No D-wipe for you. You don't need a D-wipe today, everybody. I'll do my best, K-Reg. I do love strawberries, though. Okay. Well, no de-wiping, so I'm sorry, everybody, but, you know. Let's snooze these in. Hi, Irish J. Yeah, we're not de-wiping today. I know that's why you got in here right now, is to see the de-wiping. Alright, who can I raid?
Move this man!
Thank you, Jay. I'm sorry. I know. Well, Jay, this is what I'm looking at. So I'm basing this off of what I see. The photo seems a bit warmer than I would have expected it to. But I'm happy with this one. Sold a bill of goods. I'm sorry, Jamboree, but I don't need the D-wipe. Yeah, that mustache is there. Well, it's Ricardo Montalbone, Irish J. I am finally done, Mr. Pigments. Alright, we have Ches who's streaming. We have Phasmophobia guy again. We have Princess PJs. Leo the Red. We haven't rated Ches in a while. We haven't rated Poison Jackal in a while. Dia, Ches Roz or Poison Jackal? Everything's gonna be alright. Rockabye. I don't sign the front of my paintings, Trez. You don't know either one? All right. Well, let's raid Ches. We haven't raided Ches in a while, and they're a good friend. We'll raid Poison Jackal next time. I think I just raided Poison Jackal, actually. Alright, we're going to raid Ches Roz. Thank you, Jamboree. Alright, and everybody, my plan as of right now, weather permitting, is to do a plein air watercolor stream. A plein air watercolor stream on Wednesday, probably on noon CST. Noon CST. I will remind everybody in the Discord. But if you'd like to see that, I mean, the VODs will be up and everything like that. And that's also if my reception is good enough, because I have to do it through my phone. But yeah, thank you for the follow. I can't see who it was. All right, everybody. Good night, Omizu. Dia, Jamboree, Drez, Irish J, Maddie. Thank you, everybody. Nini. And Greenbag, I'll see you in hell. Pickles, Shasta, Catherine, Mud Salt. We shall see you next time. I'm probably going to be picking up the amount of painting I'm doing because I don't have to make paint like I have been. So I have a good amount of stock and I don't need to do like a bunch of runs. So we should be good. We should be back to somewhat normal painting. All right, everybody. See you soon.